Hello, gamers. What's going on? Welcome in. What's up, Ryan, Oshik? How are you guys doing? What is going on? Hello, gamer. Little boss. What's up, guys? I'm not so tired today. I got a little bit of sleep, so hopefully I can go the full length. But yeah, that's good. I know, insane. Me actually getting sleep? I don't know how that's possible. Yeah. But anyways, today we're probably going to be working a little more on the dedicated server stuff. I've been looking into how I can receive input from the console, because I want people to be able to run commands in the console, like basically treat it as a chat box, right? Just because it's cool. I think I would like that. Because then I could be like slash, you know, whatever, run commands in there. It just makes sense. So yeah. I'm probably going to look into that. I figured out this thing where I can like check for input from the console. So hopefully we can get that implemented. Now, one thing is that it does pause the current thread that it's on. So we're probably going to have to create a separate thread checking for console output. It's not I don't think it should be too bad, but we're gonna have to figure that out. But yeah. Anyways, so we're gonna work on that. I know you, Oshik, also you wanted the 45-degree rotation, so maybe we'll take a look at that. Breathing in some Tic Tac. I got this big box of Tic Tac today, guys. Strawberry. Pretty good. Alright. So, we've left the server open all night. And, it was kind of by accident, but also kind of not, because I wanted to make sure everything's stable, which it is. So that's good. So yeah, this is just showing the million autosaves. We do need to work more on the settings file, because one thing that we need to do is add like a box for where the world saves and stuff, or like a key for that. Because right now it's just saving to autosave, which in the regular game path, which is not good. Also, I believe the server is still saving user settings, which is bad, because if somebody changes it on a client on the same computer, it's gonna cause issues, so. Get good data from that? From leaving it open overnight? Okay, let's go look at... Yeah, it's just, I mean, there isn't anything particular in here that, like, I'm looking for. I guess just overall, like, long-term stability. Obviously, nobody's on the server, so I would be surprised if it crashed, but mainly what I'm checking for is just, like, weird, like, memory leak stuff, like a buildup of nodes or something that crashes the server, so if it's running for a whole day, we should be okay, probably. Maybe one of these days I'll do, like, a multi-day test, but probably not today. There's bigger fish to fry. Yeah, let's close the server. That's working pretty good. So yeah, the server right now, if we go into the game's files, is just using the user data, but I want to make it use wherever we like specify in the settings, right? So that's what we're gonna do. But yeah. Yeah, we should be okay. Probably. Multi-did test with players. I would love to. One great thing about a dedicated server, obviously, is I get it set up and I just leave it. I don't have to, like, be there. So I actually would love to do that, like an open Starground lobby. Then anybody can just hop on and play at any time. So I'm probably gonna do that. If anybody is interested in that, let me know. Obviously, that means I have to give out my IP, but people that I trust can join if you want. And it should be fun with just the current version of the game. There's a couple bugs that we fixed. I might put up a small patch and then do the test, but yeah. There is a weird bug where when the like door spawns after you kill Dreadcap, it crashes everybody. I don't know why that's happening. I tried to look into that and fix it, but I don't think I was able to. So, no idea what's up with that, but I'll keep looking into that. Send you a screenshot of my game? Yeah, do it up. I've been meaning to ask how that's all been going, so. Let me just check that we're good here. I'm gonna open up the settings folder. Okay, we're good. I need to close out all this crap I've got in my notepad. Not the game I'm expecting. Okay. Yeah, send it over. I don't think this temp stuff is necessary. I think the temp files are just created when we export the server pack. Okay. Also, what I did do is I created a Steam tool. So let me show you what that is. We're gonna have to fill it out with the info and stuff, but... So now inside of here, when I go to my Steam dashboard, there's Starground dedicated server. There's nothing set in here right now, but basically this is just going to be a little side tool that anybody can download and set up a dedicated server. I have to set some stuff like a planned release date, community icon, client icon, all that business. So we're going to work on that. Launch options, that's going to be a thing I'm going to have to set up, so we're going to do that. I should be able to just use the launch options that we have in that run.bat file. So yeah. But hopefully that should all go good. And this should be available. I don't know if it needs like the thing where you have to wait a week or whatever as it coming soon in order for you to actually release it. So we'll see, but let me go look at your screenshot here. Ooh. Here, let me open it up and take a look, guys. New stuff is dropped. This is the game I was expecting, right? I mean, it's your text-based game, right? Oh, is it a different game? Oh, okay. Is this procedural dungeon generation or something like that? Are these like walls and this is floor? Yeah. Roguelike? That's cool. Yeah, that's like a classic roguelike then, right? Like the roguelikes of old. So. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that should be fun to try out. Definitely keep me updated on it. Okay. So we're gonna add other settings in here. We've got IP and port. We're also going to create probably save path. And that's just gonna be right here. We're just gonna call it a world.dat. Can I add comments in here? I have no idea if you can or not. I think you can, because I think Minecraft does. Comment in any file. Using a semicolon. Hmm? Maybe, I don't know, let's see. Okay. Yeah, you can comment. Oh. Line comments, but no trailing comments. Okay, so I can do like that and leave a okay, yeah, that works. So I'll just leave comments for all this stuff to explain what they are. Be the local IP of your server computer. Port doesn't really need one. Points to the location of the game's world. The game's saved world. Yeah. Okay. Trying to think what else. We definitely will be adding more things in here. I know we want to do whitelisting. I can say like acquire Steam users. Can I capitalize this? I might just keep all this capitalized then, like this. So that's going to be true. Because, well, it's basically what requires Steam users is what I'm thinking is, essentially it's a way to do like a whitelist. Then we're going to have another key here that's like Steam whitelist. And that'll be either true or false. And we'll probably generate another file inside of the server that is a whitelist. So. Okay. So just throwing in some more things. So now inside of here, whenever we do our world saving, and specifically our auto saving and stuff, right? We're gonna go into here. Wherever autosave is. Actually, it's probably not even called autosave. I think it's just in here. And in process. Save timer. Also, we don't want to ever save user settings, right? Okay, it's in multiplayer setup, so save user settings. Let's make sure that's the only spot we do it. I think it is. We also do it here. On quit pressed. We're never actually going to press quit, so that doesn't matter. So here we're going to say if... let's search for server. I think it's dedicated server, yeah. So if we are not a dedicated server, then we'll autosave. Or this is autosaving our user settings. We do not want to save those on the server. But the autosaving on just regular, we will definitely do that for the server. So this is where it saves the autosave. So normally we just save it to user saves, but we're going to check, you know, if we're on a dedicated server, then do it differently. And this is going to point to the path of our save file, right? So R3 Moose, welcome into the stream. How's it going? So we're just going to save game, and then in global, I'm also going to add a new variable for that path. Actually, honestly, what I'm going to do is just this. Just save the config file to global. Because I do this here, right? I get the config thing. Config.getValue and setValue. I'm just going to say server config or whatever at the top and global. Our server config is type of config file. So now in here, we're just going to set that to be the config file. So instead of this, we're going to say global.server config is that. And now wherever we say config, it's just going to be that. Oops, global.server config. Okay. So then back into here where we do our auto-saving. We're going to grab save path. So we're going to say global.server config.get value. Save path. And that's the key. Section is just nothing. Save path. And default value will be world.dat. So yeah. Now we do have to do a global thing here. So we're gonna have to grab sort of like what we did in here and ready. Where we say get base dir on the path. So let's go back to that and here. We're going to say that's the base path, so default is going to be path plus world.dat. Move our autosave path is that. All right. So now what this will do is autosave to the path that we have set inside of our text file, instead of just saving to like the player saves, because it doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to do this kind of like how Minecraft is, where wherever the executable of your server is, that's where it gets saved, right? So. Okay. So we should be good to go with that. Alrighty. Just thinking if there's any other issues that would come up with that. Don't think so. There is. We have to call this save file. And then say path. God. Path plus that. Actually, unless it's well, it'll probably be okay. Say points to location of the game save world relative to the server's path. Relative to the working directory. We can change that later. Maybe there's a way to like know if it's local or if it's the absolute path, but I think that's fine right now. All right. So that should be good. Now we will have to set up all the whitelisting stuff. That is something that we're gonna have to do. And the way we're gonna do that is basically just check when a player joins. Make sure first that they have a Steam ID, right? And then if they do, check that it's inside of the whitelist. So yeah. We'll figure all that out. Also, I need to go change now in here, I believe, in ready, since I named them different. Instead of that, it needs to be like that. Okay. We also need to change where it starts now, because instead of just saying the path is null, we're going to say this. So var save path is global.server config.get value. Nothing. Save path. And default will be null. So we're going to pass in save path. So if we already have a save, it's going to load that one instead. So let's go ahead and save that, and we're going to try it out. So let us export this really quick again. Server export, please don't crash. I think we're okay. And I'm just going to try dropping a pre-existing world file in there, right? Because I want to see what happens. It should be fine. But we're going to see. Come on, Godot. Hurry up and export. Go, go, go. I mean, also, when I export the server, I'm probably going to encrypt it. Just because I don't really want people modifying the server files. You know. But yeah. I'll probably say encrypt. I have to put in a key here. Initialization vector seed. Must be 64 hexadecimal characters long. Okay. I will work on that. Okay, so let's open up our server. Now, if we drop a save file in here, it should point to that. So let's go over to here and in our saves. Let's just grab one that I've like used recently. Like this one. Actually, this is the newest one. Get out of here. I wish I could do moderator actions in OBS. There we go. Okay, so this file, copy. Go back into our server. Build Windows Server. Paste it in. Now inside of our settings, we're just gonna set it. So save path will now be copy as path. Boom. So let's try it out. Don't know if it's gonna work or not. We'll see. I ran the wrong thing. I was not supposed to run that. I'm supposed to hit run. Parse error. Interesting. At line 4, is that where our comment is? Yeah. Dang it. Well, I don't think we can leave comments then. I don't know if a config file with Godot is a true, right, like a true ini file. I don't think it is. So, let's do that. Let's run this again. Huh. I don't know what's up with that. line 2. Expected value got error. I don't know what's wrong. Unless it means this one. Is it because I'm putting illegal characters in here or something? Like if I do that. Is it going to be fine then? It is. Well, what's wrong with these characters? Is it these slashes? Do I have to escape them? Maybe I just use forward slashes instead. Let's try that. Yeah, looks like it's yeah, see, because it says it's found the save file. Generated the world. Weird. Well, I'm gonna have to figure that out because we can't use backslashes. So that's annoying. You can see the message is busy reading Wikipedia. No worries. I got it. All right. We are going to connect to the server. Can I connect localhost if I'm hosting on the public IP? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, look, guys. It worked. This is that save. Everything's looking good. It's got all the items and stuff. I know, crazy. Now, it's interesting because I have coins in my inventory, so... Where did I get these from? Maybe they were just sitting at spawn, it's possible. I don't really know. Unless I've played on this save with my Steam ID before. That's probably what it is. I don't really know. But there must be some reason for it. Coins with friends we made along the way, Okay, cool. So we are able to load in saves and stuff, and then it should be auto-saving to that path now, if we look at the server output. Nope. It's still saying it's saving to user's autosave, which is odd. Oh shoot, I'm stupid. I accidentally did if it doesn't have it. Well, big mistake. That's okay. Let's do that. Close the server. Project, export, server. Overwrite. Okay. Let's try this again. We don't even really have to connect to C. I just want to make sure it's auto-saving. Alrighty. Just gonna wait for an autosave message. Should show up eventually. How often do I autosave? I think it's like every 10 seconds or something. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's once a minute. Yeah. What's the save interval? Yep, it's every minute. Okay. Oh. Error writing save, huh? Oh. I'm saving it at... Okay, well, duh. Let's go fix that in our auto-saving. We do not want to add the base path. Well, I guess then what we'll do is just say... Save file. Save path. Default is... path plus world dat. Yeah. That should fix that issue. Let's export again. Just make sure that we're good. Uh-oh. Bye, Godot. Everyone wave bye to Godot. Bye, Digo. Cool. I really love when this happens, guys. Yeah, they all start. Yeah, it's super fun, actually. I actually really love when my editor crashes and I lose everything. Little fun fact about me, guys. It's actually my most favorite thing in the world. I think it did something similar to just Cavino. Yeah, it keeps it. I think what's causing it to crash or something is whenever I'm overriding a file when I export the project. I think that's what's crashing it. I don't know why it crashes Godot, but something with like overriding, it's just gets a little angry for a minute. Okay, we're all good. Gotta say, I do appreciate Godot's auto-saving. Crasheroni, yeah. Guru is meditating. Yeah. Alright, exported successfully. Okay, so let's try this again. Just gonna look for the autosave message that everything is good. So, we've got some more of that set up. One thing that I want to do is this. Godot, get input from CMD. Yeah, this is what I saw. OS read string from standard input. Right here. Yeah, and it says here it can be blocking if called on the main thread, so if standard input console, this method will block the program until it receives a line break. This method will block until a specific amount of data is read or pipe is closed. Okay. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So, we're gonna experiment with this. Use without the console wrapper. If you need a single executable with full console support. Interesting. Alright. So how are we going to set this up? Because it will block the main thread, which obviously is not a good thing. We can create a new thread. This one says, this method will block until a specific amount of data is read or pipe is closed. That's if the standard input is pipe, whatever that is. So yeah, we just need to open up a new thread for this. Also, it looks like we're good here. It's saving to the new file, so yeah. So how are we going to... let's see here. Yeah, we got to create a new thread. I've never done multi-threading on Godot, so I have no idea how. Godot... We're going to figure out how to do it. Okay. It looks pretty easy. Basically, it's just going to run this and then exit. So... His last words. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be that easy. We'll see. But I'm going to try it. So in ready, if we are on the server and everything here is okay, we're going to say red. And this is just going to be var server input thread. I'll just call it server input is going to be a thread. Okay. So that will create a new thread. Now we can bind it into a function. So I'm just going to have function check server input. And while true, because we never want it to stop, right? I'm just going to say print. Now we're going to say global.server input dot, and then that's like a callable dot start check server input. Okay. Is alive, is started. So it's gonna send, we're gonna have callable. I'm probably gonna keep priority low on this because I don't want it to actually, you know, be high priority or anything. And I think I have to say thread dot priority low. If we can get really good at multi-threading, maybe we can even convert some logic over to multi-threading. Now, doing that with multiplayer, I have no idea how we can do that. But if there's some funny server-specific stuff that we could do with multi-threading, then that would be cool. Those are disposed. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and say just on tree exit here. Let me make sure I don't already have that. Yeah, we're good. And just say, I'll just connect it as a signal. So just on exit tree exiting dot connect. And I'll call it global.server input.wait to finish. So that's going to make sure that the thread actually gets closed. Multi-threading is the best. Yeah. Multi-threading is really cool. And I think, like, it's interesting. It's just, it is scary. And I don't know how it's going to really integrate with, like, physics stuff and then also multiplayer. With Starground. I think for some games, multi-threading is absolutely great. Especially for single player where you can kind of like weight on things. But async on top of async is kind of yucky. So we'll see. I'm just trying to think. I think it's good for very specific things, like maybe even just multi-threading the chat. But honestly, the chat is basically zero performance. Like it doesn't cause any lag, so it's not even worth it. The only thing I'd do it on is like maybe like enemy pathfinding or something, but it gets really tricky with multiplayer again. So I don't know. We'll see. For now, we're just going to use it for the server input and try that out. All right. So anyways, let's go to, well, so I should probably do this. Say, get tree dot process frame. Just so we don't run this a billion times instantly. We'll, wait a frame, right? Okay. Alrighty. Let's export again and just see what this does. It should just be printing a bunch, so let's see. Overwrite. Okay, almost have it crashed. Use mine in Unreal Engine to calculate AI paths. Yeah, see, like, that's a good use case of it, I think. Is, like, something that you can, like, is kind of completely separate from everything else. And I think it's a lot easier to do stuff like that on single player. Now, with multiplayer, it's going to be complicated because I have to sync that data on multiplayer, so eventually I'm going to have to send it back to the main thread. And there just really isn't anything in Starground that's like sheer calculation like that, you know what I mean? So I'm not really sure how I'm going to do it. But I'll keep thinking about it. It also gets really complicated with an automation game because everything depends on everything else. You don't want like a weird interrupt in your conveyor because the multi-threading is weird. So, I don't know. It's going to be really complicated. It would be cool if I could have like conveyors and movers on their own thread, because that would really improve the performance of the game. But I just don't know how I would do that. So, I'll think about it. Oh, open up the regular game. Okay. Here we go. Run the server. And it should just start screaming, ah! Oh, it's already hosting. Whoops. But I think it was working. Let's see here. Okay, it just did it once, and then, oh, nope, we're good. Alright, so now what we want to do is this. Next step. Let me go find that. It's OS read string from standard input. So how does this work? There's also buffer size, whatever that is. What is buffer size? I don't know what buffer size is. So... And it doesn't have any info here on what that even is. Unless it says here. Okay. Do you guys know what the buffer size should be? I don't know. Read buffer from standard input. Buffer size. Says it's supposed to be optional. 65 kilobits by default? Okay. Interesting, okay. Yeah, 16, you're like, okay. I guess I can just set it to that. So is this just buffer size in terms of bytes? Right? Like, or is this in terms of bits? I have no idea. Okay. Well, we'll set that to 65,000. Hopefully we won't ever need more than that, because if we do, that's insane. So what will this even do? Is this just going to return back a string? So basically we just say var string is that, and then we can say print string. Like, so is it just going to pause there, wait until this has been entered, and then once it's been entered, then it continues on? And so if we say while true, then this should just continually check it all the time. So let's see if this works then. Export project. And I somehow have to send this data back from this thread to the main thread, so that I can send, like, or deliver a message in the main thread. So we're gonna have to figure that part out. Okay. Let's wait for Adult to load up. And it is all empty. I think I should not be printing what it is. I'm gonna say if string, then print. Yeah, it should be blocking it. Well, let's try this again. And I want to say that, I'll just say, ah, ha, ha. Just like a different thing. All right, let's try this again. Export project. Sounds like a really fun task. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it won't be too bad. My goal, I think, is just to send... What I want to do, basically, is just send an asynchronous call back to the main thread. It doesn't matter when it actually gets ran. If there's a delay between it, it doesn't mean anything. So we're going to see if there's a way to do that. I mean, I think Godot multi-threading stuff is pretty good. Hopefully they have a function for that or something. Okay, so... Okay, I opened two of them by accident. Or had the old one open still. Let's try this again. See, there's something going on, like... this checking for input is, like, freezing everything, I think. Catching response time is gonna be fun, yeah. We'll see. I mean, I'm not super worried about it, as long as it doesn't take like 5 seconds or something, you know? Should be okay. I must be doing something wrong here, because it's just, it's frozen. This isn't the main thread, right? So I wonder why it's, having issues. I mean, maybe I can't say, well, true. But then I imagine what's going to happen is it does this stuff once and then just stops the thread, right? Unless that's not how it works. Maybe this will continually run. So calling while true inside of it is just messing everything up. I don't know. I have no idea how this thing works, man. Let's try it. I need like a... Maybe I'm gonna need a video on this or something. I don't know. Unless I can't use command prompt. I mean, it should be working, because that is the console. I'm inside of the program. I don't know. You'd think it would work. Let's try this again. Okay, so it's doing the stuff now. Can I connect to tree exiting? The provided callables? No. Okay. So can I type? No. I cannot. Huh. I don't get it. It seems like it's pausing the thread. Or like pausing the main thread or something when I say while true, which doesn't make any sense. It says if standard input is pipe. What does that mean? It's a file, read amount. Yeah, use read buffer from string. I don't know. This is on exported Windows builds. Run the console wrapper executable to access the terminal. If standard input is console, calling this method without console wrapped will freeze permanently. Is that my issue? Standard input is pipe or file. It can be used without console wrapper. If you need a single executable with full console support, use a custom build compiled with the Windows subsystem equals console flag. We can try it. I think we just go to features and add subsystem as console or something. Custom compiled build with that true. Where do I put that on? Export console wrapper. I think pipe is taking the results of one CMD line to string onto another CMD. Yeah. I kind of vaguely remember going over pipe stuff with programming in one of my college classes, but I never really like used it, so I don't know what it does or what it means. That probably sounds right. Is it just a feature I put in here? I don't know, maybe that's actually on one line using, yeah, vertical line. Yeah, I think I've done that before. Let's try this again. I don't know if this is actually going to do anything. But also, I think I need to say while. I don't know, it just seems to make sense, because we need to keep checking for input. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Let's try this again. I'm also curious to see if this will make it now run with the console, because I set the console mode. We'll see. I'm going to try running it without the little run thing, see what happens. Because we don't really need that file, if this works then. Does not work. Yeah, I gotta be doing something wrong here. Uh-oh. Is there one open in the background? Might have accidentally done that. I think I have to go to, here, search for Starground. Yep. We gotta end these. We got a bunch open. Okay, we gotta be careful not to open that. Let's hit run again. Let's see what happens. See, it just gets to here and then I can't do anything. So, I don't know what to do here. Let's look at a tutorial or something from this. Oops. Let's see if there's videos on this, because that would be nice. Not much. Okay. I don't know. It's blocking, which is fine. I don't know. Unless I just can't do it from, like, command prompt, it doesn't work like that. Because maybe what's happening is that it's blocking it, it's waiting for input, and then it's just nothing happens. Because it's not on the same thing. I mean, we can go ahead and try this, also, like, without all the extra thread stuff, just to see what happens. I'm just gonna put it here and see. You never know. Because is it gonna wait for me to type in stuff? Export. Dedicated server console. Did the engine just crash? God dang it. So cool. I'm getting tired of it crashing. So cool, guys. It's kind of like a kazoo a little bit. Okay. Server. Let's try exporting that again. Okay. Just looking through here if there's any like other settings I should probably enable, but I don't think so. Trademarks export angle. It's the only place I can see in here that would actually let me put that in, so it must be where I do it. Let's try this again. So let's see if it waits for my input now. Huh. See, it didn't wait for any of my inputs, so what's the deal with that? Right? Didn't seem to be very blocking to me. Odd. Let's run this in process and just see, right? Export. Don't crash, please. All right, ads are over. My apologies, gamers. Okay. So let's try exporting or running this again. So is he gonna wait for input? No. So like, how does Minecraft do it, right? Because in Minecraft you can run it from like a bat file, and then you can still batch file, and you can still type stuff in, but it's just not working right now in Godot. I do not know. But let's see if we can find some info on this.
We're gonna jump ahead.
This is just exporting it. I mean, it's nothing special here. It's just saying export as dedicated server. Right, is that it? He doesn't put any other features in here? Yeah. So his does export with the console. Mine is not exporting with the console, so I'm not really sure what I'm doing wrong with that. Maybe that's part of the issue. Does he have any funky code in here, right? Starting host. That's creating the server at the port. Pretty basic stuff. This is just like all the code. Starting it, you're running it from the debug one. Connecting to a local. What is he talking about with these?
Problem there about not being able to detect a multiplayer synchronizer. I don't really want to get into that. I know what the fix is. It's because the server isn't ready, but we don't want to add a dummy player to this game. So what we want to do is make sure that our server build or our dedicated server build doesn't add a player to the game. It just starts and sits there and waits for connections. So what we need to do is under this become host function where we make a call to add player to game, we need to wrap it in a check for if we're running in a dedicated server.
Okay, I'm just looking at that. So I don't know. It's not really doing anything that much different. Export options, strip visuals. That's just blah blah blah. Cloud deployment. This is a Linux export, which is basically just the same thing. This is like more cloud stuff, like instances. Shutting it down. I don't know. It's not really revealing anything, right? And there's the same stuff here. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't even really go over the exporting process, so that doesn't help either. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I am confused why this isn't exporting the console wrapper. Right? Export with debug. Maybe it's because I have that on. If I do debug and release, do I just say do not export with debug? And then is that going to give me the console wrapper? Let's see. I don't think it did. Yeah, I really don't know why it's not giving me the console wrapper. Right? Shouldn't it? Project with enabled console output. It's exported alongside the main executable. Right? Maybe I can say debug only. What is runnable? Okay. I do not know what's going on, brother. I don't think it's anything in any of these. Boy, what is going on here? I don't know why I wouldn't do it. Windows desktop export.exe. And I have export with debug on, so right, like what is this? Failed loading resource. Make sure resources have been imported by opening the project in the editor at least once. Which, yeah, we've done that. I mean, it says it was successful. Man, I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. Do we have to run this as an administrator or something? But see, when I do that, it's just going to open it in the background. It doesn't actually, work. Now I gotta go close it again. It is saying that they can't find the export templates. Debug and release. This is template Windows 64. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Out of curiosity, if I just say export all resources, is it gonna export with the debug console wrapper now? Is it just because it's in server mode? It doesn't make any sense. But let's see, I guess. No, it's still just not exporting the console wrapper. And I don't know why. Dude, I have no idea what's going on. Is it that thing that's causing issues? I don't know anymore. I guess let's look this up. Godot not exporting console RAM. Just export the okay. Well, that's what I've been doing. But yeah, this is creating a bat file, which we already have a bat file for running it. So I mean, yeah, duh, right here. So I don't know what the frick is going on. I guess it's just some bug with Godot multiplayer here. I mean, whatever. It is what it is, I guess. Okay, but the real issue that we're running into here is still just the input doesn't care. It doesn't read anything. So we need to find some kind of video on that, I think, because even putting it in the main thread, it just seems like nothing's happening. Which is a problem. It's just making a dev console. Like, the problem with that stuff is it's an in-game console, right? That's not what I want here. I want it to be out of game. This is just going to be a console that's inside of the game. Yeah, it's literally just a chat box then. Well, that doesn't matter then. Because, I mean, then how are you going to do anything on your server? You can have everything be inside of the settings file, I guess, but you want to be able to, like, kick people and do things from the server console, right? Godot standard input from console. In-game command line. I mean, is there a problem with this? Is this just broken? There's something and nobody's noticed that it's actually broken? Like, because I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at everything that I can here, but I just don't see anything explaining this, so... Read string from standard input. If standard input is the console, that will block until the program receives a line break in standard input, usually by pressing enter. What's up, MBG? How's it going? I opened the freaking game again. I am currently trying to figure out how to make the dedicated server pop-up actually read like a text that people can write in as the server. You know, so basically just treating it as a chat box, right? But for some reason it just doesn't work. And I don't really know what I'm doing wrong. So trying to figure it out. But you can see I can run the server, and this is just running straight up in the process event of the server. Like it should work, but it just doesn't. It doesn't care. I'm typing things on my keyboard. You know, but it's like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Do I have to say await that? I don't know. Maybe that's my issue? Who freaking knows anymore, man? Hey! Abra, thank you so much for the sub. I don't know why the... I need to figure out why resubs don't do the confetti. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 10 plus 7 is 17. That's awesome. That is absolutely correct, yeah. Thank you so much, Abra. That's really awesome. Appreciate it. Okay, the server's open again. It just... Oh wait, no, I didn't... I exported it, but I think I need to rerun it. So let's see. I now have it awaiting the text. What? Oh. It just doesn't work. Yeah, warning moment. Am I doing something wrong? Does anybody have any idea what I'm doing wrong? Reads a user input as a UTF-8 encoded string from the standard input. If it's called on the main thread, it'll freeze, which is fine. This is what I want it to do. And it even has a wait on it, so it should just block it. Unless it's like my buffer size is wrong or something. If standard input is console, how do I set what standard input is? Do I have to set standard handle type? See, because I get standard input type. Is that my issue? Is that I have to say set standard input type or something? Because it says here, get standard input type. Turns the type of the standard input device. Yeah, I saw that. Unexported Windows builds run the console wrapper executable to access the terminal. The standard input is console. Calling this method without console wrap will freeze permanently. Yeah. I tried the Windows subsystem console flag, but it didn't change anything. I think it's Windows subsystem console underscore flag. Let me go. See, because it's right here inside of here. Oh. I know, I don't know what to do. Because I can go into my export settings for this and add it as a feature or whatever. And then save that. So what is this going to return? This is going to return the type of standard input. Which... See, like... This is what I want it to be. I want the standard input type to be the console. So let's see what this prints out then. This should be printing 1 because it's being ran from the console. If it's not 1, then that's probably our issue. For some reason. I don't know why it wouldn't be 1, but let's just see. Export again. Let's just say screw it. Don't export debug because it doesn't even matter. And then let's try running this again. Make sure there's no servers. Okay. I don't know. It's just really weird. Let's run this again. And it should start printing out what the input type is. Okay, it's showing 0, which is not the console. So that's probably what our issue is. But It's invalid. Why is it invalid? It's really weird. Let me look this up. This is a weird bug, isn't it? Or a weird issue that nobody has ever dealt with. Because there's nothing. Let's see if we can find anything with that. No results. I'll search STD handle invalid. It's just like showing like that in the source code or whatever. Awesome. That's literally it. There's nothing. Okay. And I can't set the type. Well, my only other hope in this case, I think, is looking at the Godot Discord. See if anybody has ever mentioned it in there before. Nope. Am I the only person that's ever done this before? Like, it's nowhere. Nobody has ever ran into this issue before. Well, that kind of sucks. No data can be received from or sent to these standard I/O devices. Am I like running or like doing something wrong with our batch file? Like, am I supposed to add another flag or something for input? Dude, I don't know. I have tried on a separate thread, but I think the issue is just, it's not the thread causing the issue, it's just that the fact that there's no standard input device. Or like standard input type. Because normally what this should be printing out, I'm running it from the console, so it should be printing out number 1, which is standard handle console, right? Typically occurs when Godot is run from a terminal. Makes sense, right? But it doesn't show up with anything, so I'm a little lost then on what I'm supposed to do. The only thing I can think of is that it's like the settings I have in here. Maybe I should just delete all this extra stuff right now and just straight up run it. See if that changes anything. Maybe having echo off or something is... I really doubt it, but... See, it's still just showing 0. It doesn't make any sense because I'm clearly running it from the command from the console. I have a YouTube tutorial video you can make once you've been successful. That's true. Yeah, what's this? Okay. It was closed, so... Launching the console version. Well, how do I do that? Running the project from the editor. Yeah. See, this is the issue I'm having where I run it as headless because it's a server, and then it's saying input is 0. Okay, so I need to export the console and run the console, but I can't run the console because there's another bug with Godot multiplayer pure where it doesn't export the console. So, oh boy. You can enable the wrapper in the export settings, blah, blah, blah. By building a custom version of the engine with Windows subsystem equals console. Okay, so I can't do that because I'd have to build my own version of Godot, which would be stupid. Okay, well, I am a little bit fricked then, because I can't... If I need to open it from the exported console wrapper, then I can't. So it's not a feature there, it's like it's an engine build thing, which sucks. Because on debug, it says export console wrapper. I have it on debug and release. And then I do export project, but it just doesn't create a console wrapper. So, I don't know what to do about that. So with Godot Steam Multiplayer Pure, I'm trying to export the console wrapper, right? I say export project, export with debug, and then I export it out. But it's not creating the... Normally when you do it with a regular version of Godot and not the Godot multiplayer pure version, it exports the main exe, but then also like a separate one that's like the debug console one. But as you can see, it didn't do that. So... I don't know what to do. I can't just get rid of multiplayer pure. Yeah, it's just not having... I don't know, it's... I mean, I have the templates here. I have debug and release for the, the multiplayer pure template. It does say this stuff down here, which I don't know why. I can't find Godot export templates 4.4.1 stable Windows debug. But I'm specifying here the new one, so I don't know why it's complaining about that. It's a little weird. Is it just that I need to go to... But I want to use the custom export templates, because, yeah, I have to. I mean, I think there's a way to fix that. I think you click on, like... There's a place somewhere where you download the templates. I don't even remember where. Manage export templates. Yeah. I mean, I can do install from file and then download the one or install the one that I have for Godot Steam, I guess. Right. If we just go up to... Oh, there's a million things. Desktop, and then Godot editor. And then I've got this template windows open. Warning! Okay. I mean, I can download them. I don't want to use those ones, though. So, I don't know. Maybe it just can't create the wrapper without those installed or something. I can install them and see, but I don't think it's going to change anything. I hate when stuff like this happens. Why does it have to be wrapped? I don't know. It's frustrating. Oh. Okay. One more gib. Come on. Dude, I love when my editor crashes. Okay. So, is it fine? What happened? Editor export templates. It did not, and nope, says it's ready. Installed and ready to be used. Okay. So now if I go to export again, it probably won't show that error. Okay. But I don't think it's, still don't think it's going to export with the debug. We can try. Because I just looked it up and like other people had this specific issue with multiplayer appear. But let's see. Maybe it does for some reason require the base templates. Nope, it still didn't do it. So I'm cooked. Like, I don't know what to really do about this. I can save it as a zip or something. Would that change anything, you think? Let's wait for it to do its thing. It's just gonna be the two, yeah. Well, guess I'm cooked. Expect that suggest Unreal Engine. No, I'd probably run into way more headaches with Unreal if I'm being honest. I do like Godot. I mean, I rarely ever have issues like this, but it's a little frustrating. It's not necessarily Godot's fault because I am using a modified version of the engine. I'm using the multiplayer peer, so it's just an issue with that. I can go look, now that I know it's a Godot Steam related issue. I can see if anybody has talked about the wrapper. Let's see, sharp wrappers. Excited to see it work. I know, it sucks when you hit a spot like this where you're just kind of like, okay, I can't fix the wrapper, which means I can't fix the other thing, so I'm just I'm dead in the water. There's nothing I can really do about it. Huh. People have talked about the debug export. I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that I have an overridden debug template. Like, should I just get rid of that? And then export? Because it shows server.console.exe. Is that the issue? Of course, I forgot to turn it back into an exe. I don't think any of these bugs are related to what's happening here, but maybe it is. Can you explain real quick? The goal, was it to pass information to other levels? Basically, when you open up the dedicated server window... Okay, it did export the console now. But I'm worried that it's not going to actually be the Steam version now. Well, let's just try exporting it with an exe and see what happens. And try running it, I guess. It might not work, but might crash. So basically, when you open up the console, it's just... Or when you open up the server, it's going to be the server for Starground. What I want people to be able to do is, in-game in Starground, you can type in messages in chat and run commands and stuff. I just want to make it so I can type things in the command prompt window that opens up, and I can read that input. And, yeah, this is the issue here. Steam not declared. So that's our issue, because I can't, yeah. The game will not run if I don't have the Steam stuff declared, so we're gonna have to figure out a solution to this. Maybe on the GitHub there is a template for the debug version. I don't think there is, but I can go double check. Which commands are you using for running the server in the bat? Right now, I'm literally just doing starground.exe. Like, I'm not doing any extra things right now, because I just want to get it working. Let me look at multiplayer up here again and see if there's templates for it. Because there is like this, multiplayer peer template zip. Is this a new version? That was 3 weeks ago. I wish I could read the changelog. Whenever I click on this link in here, it doesn't ever work. I don't know why. And it just says, for a full list, please click the changelog, and then I can't look at the changelog. So that's cool. Is there a changelog in here that I can see? Multiplayer peer? Okay. Just up to 4.41 stable. Do I have 4.41? Thought I had 4.14. Well, I do. What version am I on? Let me go look. Godot editor. Yeah, I'm on 4... Well, that says 441. I have no idea what version of editor I'm on. That's okay. I don't think this really changes much. I mean, this is literally all it does. It just... And it changes the donors file. Okay. Well, anyways. So looking at this one. Yeah, I mean, is it just going up to 4.41? Because I am on 4.41, so... No, this one is also here. I'm pretty sure I'm on this one. Well, whatever. Get the peer templates here. And we'll open it up. I'll see if there is a debug template in there. Maybe there is. Maybe it's just because I haven't needed it before, so I never downloaded it. But there is. Well, hopefully that'll fix our issue. I didn't realize there was a debug template. I thought it was just the same. So let's bring those in. New track spotted. Put the Linux one in there. All right, let's see if this fixes the issue then. Server, grab the debug template from desktop. Godot editor. Template Windows, template editor, debug Windows. Let's try this again, guys. I mean, the console file's there. Did it get updated? Yeah. Maybe we're okay? We're gonna see. Let's delete the zip. So if we run the server.console, this should let us do text input stuff now. Get as text and base null instance at null instance. Okay, it shows 1. Oh. I can type. All right. So, I think we're okay then. Cool. So this means now that I can go ahead and reset up our second thread. So we might be good. I just needed to do the debug thing, so let's get rid of that. Yeah, it seems like it's working. I can type stuff in, so we're gonna create our thread again like we were doing before and see if we can figure this all out. So check server input. It should just do this. While true, wait for the string and read it, and then if there's a string, then do whatever. And hopefully this should happen while our main tree is also going, since it's on a separate thread. So let's see. Save it, export it, don't crash. Please do not crash. So I'm gonna have to make sure for the export or whatever that we're actually running server.console, because we don't want people to just be running server. It's gonna be, what is this? RC edit failed. Okay, let's delete the other stuff in here and try again. Something wasn't happy. So we probably don't need our run bat anymore, which is good. I didn't really want it anyways, because with Steam, like, it's just, I'm gonna upload the zip of our run.console, and then on Steam I can just mark that as being the executable that gets ran. Hopefully. Okay. Didn't export our debug for some reason. It shows the 2 in here. Nope, it just shows the 1 now. What happened? What now? Does it only do it if it overrides an existing one? It doesn't make any sense, but just for fun, if I call this one Starground server.console, is that gonna work now if I export again? It does. It's I don't know why. I don't know why one has to exist there for it to start doing it. It's so stupid. But whatever, man. All right, let's try it again. God dang it. I don't know why it stopped working now. Also, yeah, I didn't talk to Graham specifically, but I did go ahead and create the tool on Steam. So I still got to go fill it out and obviously get the dedicated server stuff working. But now when you go on Steam, or when I go on Steam right now, we have it. So it's got its own Steam ID and everything. So yeah, I just got to go through here. I got to set a community icon. That's the thing that shows up like in your library and stuff. Like if you go in here and look at like Starground, it has the tiny little icon here. That's what that is. And then client icon is like the Windows ICO file. So it's like what runs down here in the taskbar or whatever. So that's literally it for the store present stuff. And then we just set a date, which can be whenever. And then the last thing is just launch options. So basically I just have to set like run the console executable and we're done. So should be really easy to set up. I just got to get the hard part set up, which is the frickin' server, because it doesn't work. Or like the tech stuff. The server does work, but I'm gonna relaunch the project just to be safe. No, I did not have to pay for it. I think you only had to pay for the first like actual game, but then all the extra things you add on, like DLC, soundtracks, and then also the tools do not cost anything. So, which is nice. Honestly, Steam is pretty fair when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's $100 for literally everything. There's no extra hidden fees, you know, or paywalls. It's just, yeah. No, it's pretty nice. Because we also have been working on the soundtrack on Steam, and then hopefully we can get that going soon. Yeah. Not a bad price for having unlimited access to everything that Steam has to offer. So, gotta say. I really have no idea why this is just not building the console wrapper now. Because it built it, right? I'm not just crazy here. It did work, and now it just doesn't. So what changed? Something with the RC edit. I have no idea what's wrong. Then if I export again, it just shows RC edit on the one file, and I don't know why. Maybe if we just do debug only, then export with debug. I have no idea, man. It's really weird. This is so odd. I mean, I can delete this file in here. Right, delete both of those, and now do this again, and so it won't complain about the overriding. But it still just does the one, so why? I have the good export set, the template set. So, dude, I have no idea what's going on. I mean, it is throwing a couple errors down here. No letter found for Windows icon.png.ico. Expected type is then editor export platform condition res is null. I have no idea what that's all about. Resource file not found. Expected type translation. And then it also says failed loading the translation CSV, which I don't know why it would. I can just say re-import. And we can try that, I guess. It's still complaining. Do I have to open it in the the, like, it says open in the editor at least once. Do I have to launch the game? Dude, I have no idea. I don't know why this is so janky right now. Okay, I've launched the game. Let's try exporting again. Export project as the server. Sure, override it. I don't care. It still just does the one. I don't know. What if I just get rid of the release one and only do the debug template? It would be stupid, and it doesn't make any sense. I mean, what if I say export and then don't export with debug? Do you think that would work? Doesn't make sense if it does work, but whatever. No console. And it crashes. Let's go. I don't know. I'm kind of at a point where maybe I'm just going to go ahead and update the editor. I'm going to have to close the overlay, guys. Sorry. Let's update the editor really quick, just in case for some reason changing the version thing inside of the editor fixes it. I really don't think it's going to do anything, but I don't know anymore. So let's just delete all this stuff. Boom. Get the latest release. So I'm going to need the pure templates. Then I'm going to need Windows 64. All right, so these are all the new templates. We're also going to need to swap out Steam API 64 and SO. Boom. So we need Windows 64, Linux 64, debug, and Linux. Grab those four. Boom. And then we also want the editor. Let's grab that. No, my trial is expired, guys. No. Drag in the editor. And then we also got to replace these two files inside of the build files. So let's go to here. Build. Windows. Oops. Replace the file in the destination. And then into Linux. Delete that one. Throw the new one in. Windows Server. Delete the stupid one. Throw the new one in. And okay. We should be updated now. Windows 64. Yeah, I'm living in the future right now. Gotta get on my level, MBG. Okay, let's load this back up now. Oh yeah, it's the same path because it's the same name. Okay. Let's get the editor or the overlay opened, and now let's open the game. Oh, I can see the code of the editor, right? It says FB1CDCA. Then this is D4. Okay. So yeah, I am on the newest one now. Cool. Alright, guys. We've updated the engine. I don't think it's going to change anything, but sometimes you gotta hope and pray that it does. Let's see. I'm just gonna start fresh inside of this build here. So let's delete the PCK and all that business. So, project, export, server, debug and release. Let's point to it should be the same, but let's just reconfigure them. That's the editor template. Debug and release, export project, Starground server, export with debug, save. And I don't think it worked. Is something wrong with my RC edit thing? Doesn't make any sense, but... it's still doing the same stuff. Why? I thought I fixed everything, and then now I'm like... man. What if I get rid of that, and now export it with only the debug one? I take a look at Godot Steam server. Yeah, I mean, I have looked at that. It's, I don't think it's quite what I want, because... I mean, it's interesting, but it would probably require me to have to rebuild everything. Which kind of sucks. Because I don't think it integrates with the base Godot networking stuff, so it would just be completely different. I'd have to rebuild the entire game. Now, if I was going to make a new game or something, then maybe it would be interesting to take a look at master dedicated servers, but otherwise it's, yeah. Stupid Ed. Oh. Anonimo Productions, welcome into the stream. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. How's it going? Yeah, so I don't know. No idea what's going on here. Just doesn't export the console, and I don't know why. Is my RC edit or something out of date? I doubt that. I don't think that's really a thing. But I can go look, I guess, or something. I don't know. I think the RC edit is only just like saying that for the EXEs that already exist. I don't think it's actually creating the console wrapper correctly. But how did I get that other one to work? I guess that's the part right now that's really confusing to me, because it's just, I don't get it. Maybe if I do export all for some reason, it would work. I really doubt it, but I'm, I don't know. I've learned to use JSFXR website to make sound effects. Now I'm adding sounds all over my game. Nice. I've used JSFXR before a couple times. I think I've done some sounds in Starground with it. It's just useful. There's some cool little things you can do. There is another one that I saw. I think it's just JSFR or something, or XR. I saw one that was like better. What is it called? SFXR? I'm trying to remember which one it was. I don't think it was this one. But there's a couple others too that's just like a JSFXR, but a little more advanced. They have like different synth, like a bunch of different like synth modes and stuff. Like this is one of them. Hey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I know you're streaming. Welcome in. How's it going? You guys are already here. But yeah, what were you up to today on your stream? I thought it was just a JSFR. I'm gonna accidentally find some bad stuff, guys. Ah, God, what was it called? Maybe it just was SFXR. No, it's software, apparently. Well, I don't remember what it was called. There was some post or something, I think, on Reddit of like a alternative or more advanced version of JSFXR. I wish I could find it. It surprised me, yeah. No, I really appreciate it. XR better. I'm just gonna look it up. Better version. God. Going crazy today, guys. Well, I don't know. I saw one that I used before and it was like kind of cool because I could do more sounds with it. But whatever. I can't figure it out right now. Can't remember. All right. Well, yeah, we've been today on our stream just been working on funny dedicated server stuff. For some reason with the Godot multiplayer peer, it does not export the console wrapper. Unfortunately, to do like text input for the server, we need the console wrapper. So I'm kind of in a difficult spot right now. I don't know why it's not exporting the console wrapper. So that kind of sucks. Because we export with debug on, it should do the console wrapper, but then it just doesn't. So I don't know anymore. And I can create a file in here that's like the same thing or whatever. We're working on my game Starground. I'm currently just getting dedicated server support set up. Yeah, there's a link, but you can check out the store page. I think that's the best way to describe it, but it's a combo of automation and dungeoning. So you can build a factory and then go fight enemies, and the space hub's kind of like a trading area for both of them. So you can sell your items there and go fishing and do a bunch of extra miscellaneous stuff. But yeah, that's what it's all about. Been working on it for a bit over a year now, but it's gone pretty well. Is that a little black line of pixels down there, isn't there? No idea what that's about. Okay. See, if we look at this again, it's just, no console. Looks great so far. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's actually on sale right now. We're doing sort of just like a halfway point sale of the game, because we're at a nice spot now. We've got 2 dungeons and 2 automation planets. So, in terms of the final plan content, it's basically 50% there. Let's see, Starground server. See, I can call it .console, but it doesn't, and then when I export again, you'll see. Click OK. RC edit modifies the console, but it doesn't work. Already at 50%? I would probably say so. The ultimate goal for content stuff that we're planning right now is basically 4 automation planets and 4 dungeons. So we've got 2. I mean, 50% in terms of like gameplay content, obviously not 50% in terms of overall polish and all that stuff. I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time, you know, fixing bugs and polishing and all that business, but yeah, that's gonna be probably the most time-consuming part. Yeah, I don't think it's modifying, but it is, but I don't think this is modifying it. I think it's just RC edit is modifying the console. I think this is just a duplicate of the server. I don't think it's actually gonna open the console. We can check and see. I don't think it will though. Yeah, it just says that. Because it's not a real console thing. Now, okay, we can do this again, where for debug we have, where we like get rid of that template. And then I think when we export, then it'll work and create a real one. Let's save, export. See, then it does it. It's something wrong with like the debug template on Godot Steam, and I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong. It's really frustrating. Because then when we open it up again, it's going to complain like, there's no reference to this thing. So, see if I double click this now. Steam is not referencing the current scope. But then if I add it back, it's so frustrating. I guess I could say don't export with debug so that it's release mode or whatever. Thank you for the hydrate. I think why it worked before is because we exported the console wrapper, and then we re-exported the base game with the template properly. So when we run the console, it works. It's really frustrating that I'm gonna have to do that every time, but I guess it's the only way to make it work. So that sucks. I might see if I can contact the guy about that, the person making Godot Steam, because it is kind of sucks. I also don't know what's happening here because the guy, yeah. Even though this is on a separate thread, it looks like it's still pausing everything, which sucks also. It just might not be possible, I don't know. Which really sucks, but I mean, I can always make a GUI. But because we're creating a brand new thread. So even having it on a separate thread is still blocking it, which kind of sucks. Is it just because I'm saying while true? I don't know anymore. I can turn off while true and then just see what happens with that. But I think it's only going to happen once and then it won't go anymore. Yeah, also we got ads, sorry guys. So here's, I'll head out, take care. Yeah, no problem at all. Thank you for popping in the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this, guys. Seems like it just really doesn't want me to do this, which is too bad. No, don't do run. Okay. Because now if I run this, it's probably gonna... It just gets stuck there. And then I type in my thing, and then, yeah, it continues after that, but then I can't type anymore. So it does just fully block everything. So am I just screwed? Because even though this is on a different thread, it's still doing the same, it's still blocking it. So I do have to say while true. What do I do about this? I don't know. What place is that? Where's something in a string? Why does it have to block? God dang it, dude. Well, I don't know. Ads are over, guys. Sorry about that. I think we're screwed. I don't think there's any way that I can implement this, because even having this on a separate thread, it's still blocking the main thread, which means that we can't ever have people typing in the console window. It's just gonna block everything. So, what are you gonna do? It really sucks. I wanted people to be able to type inside of the console and run commands and stuff, because I think it's just really helpful. Like, for example, whitelisting yourself, right? But we can't do that now, so I guess we just can't. So that really sucks. I don't think there's any good way to implement it. Multi-threading doesn't help. Even if we get the console wrapper working, which is super janky, it's still not gonna work. Sorry to go for say. Do you think it's not going to be possible to use the command input? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I mean, because it's just, it doesn't matter. Like, if reading from standard input blocks the thread, blocks the main thread, then that's it. There's nothing I can do to prevent that. Because it even happens when it's on a separate thread, right? Because what I'm doing here is I'm creating a new thread. I'm saying server input.start, check server input. So this is a different thread. But when I call standard input on that, even though it's a different thread, it's still blocking the main thread. So it doesn't matter where you call it from. It just blocks everything. Which, yeah, it sucks, because I don't think there's anything I can do about it then. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if anybody's got ideas, let me know, but I think we're just gonna have to accept that fact and move on. Try to work around it. I hate workarounds. I like doing it the right way, but sometimes you just can't. So yeah, it's frustrating. I don't know. I wish it just worked like Minecraft, because in Minecraft, like, the console, it lets you type in there and send messages and stuff while all the output is still going above what you entered. So that's ideally what I would like to do for this, right? But I guess we can't. I don't know. Love those UI thread only function calls. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I'm just running through my head right now if there's like anything else we can do. I mean, I think the only other solution, which I hate, is just creating our own custom UI for the game when it's a server. Which I really don't want to do because it's just complicated. It means we have to change like how the server like loads everything up. And like if you have like a sound or something playing on the server, then it's gonna play on our little GUI server window thing. So I really don't like that solution. It comes with a lot of issues, honestly. And not everybody wants to run a dedicated server with a GUI. It's nice to be able to run everything through command line, right? So it's not really exactly, right? Like that's my point right now, is that like if you want to do SSH or something, or you're right, it's yeah, it just screws everything up. So that's not really a good solution. It's just kind of sometimes okay solution, but most of the time it's a problem. Oh man. I don't know what to do anymore, guys. So wait for most of your explanation on that, so I kind of missed it. Nah, it's all good. Basically what it boiled down to is checking for standard input on the thread blocks the main thread, so it stops processing the game. Since we need a server, that is kind of a big problem. Because I can't be checking for input and running the server at the same time, so it's all kind of scuffed. Well, that's it, gamers. There's nothing else I can do. I don't know if I've ever really run into anything like that in Godot that's like, I just can't do it, right? I mean, I know technically I could modify the engine or something, but I don't have the technical knowledge on how to actually do that, let alone do the thing that I want, which is make standard input not block the main thread. So I don't know. I don't think there's any other alternative to this function. Yeah. Well, it just doesn't really work because like I could put it on a timer or something, but then what's gonna happen is like if I go draw an example of the issue with that, right? Frick, I don't really have a... Here, let me open up a new board or whatever. So let's say like, okay, this is our server. Think of this as a timeline. Our server starts. If I stop for a minute and then check for text, then this whole time that I'm checking for the text here, the server is not running, which means clients are going to disconnect and think that the server timed out. So that doesn't really work. Check input for 1/20th of a second, 5 times a second. Well, I don't think that works either, because I believe that if you stop checking for standard input, it will delete what you have written down. So I think it's just going to be impossible then. Because really the only options then are stutter the server like this and alternate between these, which will lag the server, because then basically randomly, this basically is simulating a bunch of lag spikes constantly. It's just gonna like hard cap the performance of the server, which sucks. Or do big gaps so you can actually have time to write stuff in, but then the server pauses for a huge segment, so there's really not any solution. At least none that I can think of. Most of the time, I feel like I know when there is a solution to be found, I just don't know it. But in this case, I really do feel like there's just nothing I can do. I feel like the only thing I can do is just wait. and hope that Godot implements something for that. Which sucks. I mean, you can still have dedicated servers in Starground and you can still run them and stuff, you know. But it just means that you won't be able to type in commands while it's on, which sucks, but whatever, you know. You can just join the server and type it in yourself, I guess. So UI has to be a separate app. Well, I guess, but again, I don't want to do a UI, right? And I think it really sucks to have to do a separate executable just to run the, like, another command prompt to type in commands or whatever. It's just dumb. It's convoluted, right? I don't want things to be weird. I don't know. And like with Steam and stuff, I don't know if I'm even allowed to do that. I don't know if Steam lets you start running other executables because it's a security risk. I don't know how that works. I don't know the rules around that, right? So, yeah, it kind of sucks. I don't know. Ugh. And that honestly just opens up a whole nother can of worms. Like, how do I communicate across programs? That gets extremely complicated. Like, I would have to, like, temporarily, like, put a thing in a file and then on the other program check for when that file is changed or something. I have no idea how that would work. That's kind of weird. Kind of complicated. So. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. You have an auto test app for my Godot RPG? Okay. I have to verify I'm human. Looking all over the place for this issue, but this is the only thing I could find? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Custom main loop. What is this? Doesn't even seem useful. Yeah. See, I mean, they say just run it in another thread like it's easy, but this is exactly what I did. I said read string from standard input, but it still blocks the game. So, I mean, it's not even really useful, right? Because this is what I did. I said thread new, thread.start, and then while true, line is read from string. It blocks the game because it's like pausing the loading sequence. I can load it up again and show you what's happening, so. Use name pipes for the two apps to talk? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's the only issue with, like, Godot is, it's harder to do, like, lower level stuff like that. Technically, it'd be theoretically possible, probably. But I don't know how I would even get started with something like that. Game, instead of that. Finalize. I mean, I don't really need to know when it closes. To close it, you just click X on it. But yeah, just the concept of this whole reading for standard input. Is the difference here is that this is a custom game loop, right? Okay, I'm gonna cross-examine this and make sure it's the exact same. So here's what we're doing. In ready, we are instantiating our world, and then right here we're saying create a new thread. And then we say thread.check.start check server input. I can get rid of the thread priority low thing, but I don't think it matters. Then this is just saying whenever we close the game, go ahead and force that to stop. So while true, string is going to be os.readString from standard input. And then I'm just going to say if string is valid, whatever, I can even just say here print string. Is it stopping only the printing, or have you tested that the server actually doesn't start? I can make sure. I can load it up and then try to connect to the server, but it would be really weird if it was just the output stopping. You have to share my pipe code with C#, so I guess it wouldn't be much help for you. Yeah, that's the only issue. I don't think I'd actually be able to use stuff like that. But I don't know if I'd want to do 2 programs anyways. It's, yeah. It's tricky. Well, okay, let me export this and show you what's going on here. So, export project. I mean, if it's blocking output too, then it's just as bad. So, I don't know. What about only starting the input thread after the game finishes loading? I mean, I can, I guess, but I don't think it really matters. Okay, so now let's run the server. And you'll see like what happens. So it'll start loading the server. It's gonna say blah blah blah. Is multiplayer is true. And now here's our output, which it's just printing a million times, so let's say if string. I guess that's why they're saying strip edges, probably. So that it's not, screaming. Let's try that. Project export, export project, save. Okay. Wait for that to go. Okay. So we run the console. So it's going to do the little, right, it stops there. So it says multiplayer section manual connection is true. Normally what it does is then it continues and does all the extra stuff and say generating terrain, spawning in buildings, but it doesn't do any of that. So here I can type, then I can hit enter, and it's just going to repeat back what I just typed. So, right? That does work. So yeah, we can. I'm loading up the game. We'll go ahead and connect and see if I can actually join. I don't know why it didn't open. But if I can't see the output, then that's like also kind of just as bad. Like it's still a big problem. So how do I prevent that from happening, right? I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think it's working. I should be connecting right now. Yeah, it's just broken. The server isn't really open yet. I know, it's really frustrating. I mean, I can try saying like await get tree dot process frame, but I just don't think it matters. I don't think it actually changes anything. Yeah, server not found. I can export project, but then my worry here is that if I'm awaiting a frame or whatever, it's going to like slow down the server processing. Because if this is blocking the main thread and then it waits a frame, now every frame is going to be 2 frames. Or like 2 frames is 1 frame of processing, if that makes sense. So that's really not a good solution because it's just gonna not work. It's gonna be bad. We'll see. Whoopsies. Let me close the other server. See, so it doesn't process anything until I hit enter and unblock it. This is the issue right now, right? We're like, okay, now that it's fully loaded, but if I try to connect on a client, it's just, it's still going to be locked. It's not going to actually be active. All right, so if I start entering things in here and processing, then we're gonna, who we load in on the client, it's really stupid, right? So now we're loaded in, but the server's frozen, you can see. Unless I load it, I process some frames over here, right? It's really weird. So, it doesn't work. And the thing is, it's like, I have to say while true over here. Because if I don't, then this thread is going to end. And then I'm not checking for input anymore. Right? So I really don't, like... I'm kind of screwed. I don't know. Like, I know over here he's doing the same thing and saying while true and listen to standard input and thread that new, but... Obviously it's, obviously it's not working, so... Initialize. While true. Instead of putting the admin console window in the server, could you put it in a client and only allow one client to open that window? Well, that's basically how it's set up right now. Right? Is that if you connect as a client, you can go ahead and type in commands and do all the stuff. You can do everything when you're in game as a client. It's just right, like, so that's why it's frustrating, because I guess I could technically just not bother with it. Not bother with trying to do server console stuff, because you can do it in game, so whatever, but it's just nice to be able to do it from here, you know? I can just be like, go to the server console, opt somebody or whatever, or add somebody to the whitelist, and it's just, yeah. Because they do that stuff all the time with the Minecraft servers. It's like, it's really nice to be able to just pop into the console really quick. I don't want to always have to open up the game and all that stuff to do server things, so... I don't know, man. Gotta love it. Yeah, and as to have features that hit walls are frustrating, exactly. usually with stuff like this, it's like I can eventually find a solution where I'm like, okay, my current approach isn't working. I'll try a different way to do the same thing, but this is really the only way I can do it. And there's no other alternative, so yeah. I think I'm out of luck, guys. Yeah, it's just I'm at a total roadblock of like, I just genuinely don't know what else I can try anymore, so I don't know. I mean, we can try doing a custom main loop. It seems really stupid. And I think it's just gonna do the exact same thing. But then he says it's not perfect. You get one character at a time. And CMD the console gets the input first. I need to press enter, which has CMD reply with a prompt, and then what I type gets sent to the game. But that's only like prompting at certain points, I feel like. This isn't gonna... It's gonna block the game, isn't it? It's gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna go through all the trouble of implementing it, and then I'm gonna realize, oh, it's just the exact same thing. Right? Yeah, because this is while true, insert some text, and then read from string, and then it pauses. So it's not going to run the main game. I know, it does suck. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. We can try it, I guess. I really don't want to, but what if it does work? Because I'm desperate. So let's try. So let's create a new main loop. I added a semicolon. The editor's gonna crash. Okay, we're okay. I'm gonna log the main thread. Who's this functionality for? Yeah, I don't know. It's only for like I don't even know, man. Honestly. All right, we've got our custom game loop here. Of course, it's all spaces instead of tabs, so we're gonna have to fix it. Okay, what now? What indent are you expecting? Oh. Yeah, so, Desrazor, welcome in. I have tried with a separate thread, and it still blocks the main loop. The main thread. And that's why I'm so frustrated right now, because I have no idea why. It doesn't make sense. Why would a separate thread block the main thread? You know, it's kind of dumb. Whatever this is, tree. Where was it? And main loop type. Here we go. Custom main loop. What was it before? Okay, scene tree. It disables output. Print header. Okay, well now this will be our main loop. So we're gonna have to modify this. I don't want to do this. Well, I guess that's just saying if we're not the server, so that's fine. If, let's go check for that. So we're just gonna say, as long as we are not the server, then return, so that we don't do any of this stuff. Otherwise, we're gonna create a new thread. We're gonna listen to standard input while true, do all this stuff, right? So let's try it out. I don't think it's anything to do with that. It says in the documentation on the input stuff for some stupid reason that checking for standard input or reading from standard input is blocking. So it essentially just freezes up the entire game for some reason when you are checking for standard input. Kind of stupid, but rewrite the entire level system. Oh yeah, in your game, Maxulus will also welcome in. Okay, well, we have the main loop thing now. What happens if we launch the game? Is it gonna like die? Did I just like brick everything? Let's see. I'm just curious. Watch, this is just gonna be like, it just doesn't load at all now. Maybe. No, it's fine. Well, let's see what happens. I doubt it's gonna be any different. I think it's gonna be the exact same thing. Because literally we're just, it doesn't matter where we put it, it's still gonna do the same thing. Right? But let's see. I don't know. I hope it works. But I don't think it will. All right, run the console. And now I should be checking for my input from the very beginning. Oops, 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 I had a server open. Let's try this again. Insert some text. And then I can type in here. It's really weird. But maybe it's working? Okay, so I don't want it to print anything when I insert text. Because it's just, it's always going to be behind. What is print S? What's the difference between that and just regular print? More arguments to console with a space between. Oh, I didn't know it automatically does a space between. That's kind of cool. Okay. So we've emptied all that out. Let's see what this does now. The only thing I can think of is that it needs another command line argument for the engine. Yeah. Support request where they added this? Let me see. Okay. Yeah, alright, this is the script that we just did in here. This is kept with the block parameter, but a note is added to the doc specifying it's not implemented on any platform. Huh. Okay, so this is the... Okay, command line tutorial. Display the version string. Can I just do that? Can I run -- version in here? Is it gonna do stuff? Well, it didn't do anything. Are these in just run options? Yeah. Okay. So this is just for using the command line when you're developing. Yeah, just run options. Yeah, like dash headless and stuff. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's just a whole bunch of things in here. Running the editor, running the game. I'm not actually adding in a dash dash headless command in here. Like, I'm just using the... They have a thing specifically for dedicated servers where it disables the display server. So honestly, it's a good way to do it. Okay, well guys, I don't know why, but I think this is working. I don't know what, like, this does differently from what we did. The only thing that I can think of is that for some reason having it in, like, as the main loop, this is, like, above everything else. So, like, while true on here, it's fine if it's blocking the quote-unquote main thread because it is the main thread. Does that make any sense? Because, like, it won't block the main thread if it is the main thread. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. It doesn't really make any sense. It's weird, but... Maybe now I can just say then if line and then I can pass this over to I don't know why this is a thread though. Like, we are creating a new thread here, so obviously it's a little weird. I don't know. So we're gonna just do whatever we do when we say send message or whatever. Like down here in player. Player, we're gonna go into the chat script. Search for chat. So normally what happens in here in chat box is on line edit, you enter in, right, you say wherever. Here. So if it starts with a command and then all this business, then yeah. So I'm just going to copy all this, and we're going to basically do this in the main loop. So if line, we're going to say if line.replace empty with that or whatever dot length is greater than 0. If line.begins with a slash and global commands are enabled. Then we can say that parse command line. Otherwise, we're going to send it as that, which is commands are not enabled on this server. And then we can get rid of all this stuff here. Otherwise, we send main.send chatbot message owner.owner.username. So we don't want to do that anymore. We're going to say line, and then our username is just going to be server, right? So we're going to try this. I have a feeling this might not work, but because it's on a different thread, I have no idea how calling functions from a different thread works. If this is going to be like broken and weird, but we're going to try it. Now, it's going to be funny because commands are not enabled by default. So I might have to... maybe I'll just say always allow the server to run commands regardless of whether it's enabled or not. Because it doesn't really matter if you're the server. So let's run click play. Now, this is where we do have to be a little careful because there is no global active player. So I have to make sure in all these commands and stuff I'm checking to see if there is a player, right? Okay, so this is where we get into issues. Identifier not found global. What do you mean? Are we gonna have issues here? Do I just have to wait until I run this? I don't even know what to do here, because... Replace the Enterprise's dilithium crystals with new improved Folgers crystals. Yeah. Future script looks very nice, but if I would start coding in it out, it was mixed up writing. Oh yeah, function and Kotlin instead of GD script. Yeah, no, I could see that. There's still a lot of stuff I do like with that. Like sometimes when I'm doing like a switch statement, I'll say switch instead of, but in Godot it's like match. I'm constantly making mistakes with stuff like that. Yeah. You get used to it though, for sure. Okay, so we're gonna have to like wait, because the weird thing of this being in the thread is that, or being the scene tree, is the global thing will take a minute to initialize. So I think I have to say await get tree dot process frame. Well, I guess I am the tree, so I don't say get tree. Let's try that. So maybe that'll just give time for the global and all that stuff to initialize so it doesn't crash. Also, why did that run? Because this is saying if you don't have the feature dedicated server, it should return and not do anything. Huh. I don't know. What's going on here? Okay, so it's not like a timing thing. Can I just not access globals from the scene tree? Maybe what I need to do is this. I hate to do this, but... Can I do this? Okay, get node is not found in base self. Yeah, it's like a parse error, but why? Identifier not found. I think it's because this is a scene tree. But that's a problem because I need this to be able to read global to send the chatbot message and the chat box message and stuff. So what am I going to do about that? Yeah, this just gets so complicated. How can I check for global or grab things from global? Huh. Sure it doesn't need to be a scene tree? Because the thing is that this is being set as the main loop here. The name of the type implementing the engine's main loop. I have a feeling that if it's not a scene tree, it's gonna break. Let me see if I can, let's see, Godot access global from the scene tree. Doesn't seem to be working. So yeah, I think for the follow. I think the reason it can't access the global is because the scene tree is above the references to these, right? So like I can't use that. Like I bet if I just ran this now with just pass, it would be okay and everything would compile. Now, can I get children of the scene tree? Because maybe what I can do is just get the global node. Because every singleton that you load in, I believe, is a node. So I think I can just say in here, like, var global. And then say global is equal to... But I can't do get tree. I can say get first node in group, get frame, get multiplayer, get class, get script, get stack. But I can't just access, unless I can do this. No, because that's just get node notation on a class that isn't a node. That's the issue. Using scene tree. Yeah, main loop. This is what I'm creating. Oh. Can I just say root? Oh. Well, then I can just say root.getNode. Or root.global. Right? Yeah. I think that'll fix the issue. It's just that I have to get, like, entrance into the main thing. Let's see if that works. Might not work, but we'll see. Well, it opened. So maybe we're okay. Anna sent chatbot message. I keep saying bot. Chatbox message. I'm gonna also print this out in the console, whatever was sent, because I think it's just good to see. So I'm just going to say print message plus n. It's not like this is going to be happening all the time anyways. All right, let's try this again. And then also let's re-export so we can try this on the server, and then let's see what happens. I hope it works. Export server, export project. Save. It's still stupid with the console wrapper that doesn't export. I mean, I can export the console wrapper and then with the normal template and then export the other one. It's just, I don't know, it's stupid. I wonder what this like has in it. This program cannot be run in DOS mode. Okay, it's just a bunch of encrypted files. There's like some weird stuff here though. All right. Padding. Well, I can't read this file, so I don't know what the console wrapper even is. But yeah. All right, let's try it. We launch the console. All that stuff prints out normal. The server is running. And then I can type stuff in here. So I can say S. Or dwazd. Nothing happens. But... So is that just because it's not calling this function here, you know? Let's see if we can run this. I mean, this should be running with the debugger on. Right. I mean, nothing is working. I can join. I do wonder, let's see if it's just that it's not printing or that it is, let's see. Because what I can do is join from a client and then send something from the server and see if it actually goes into the chat. So. Let's see here. Oopsies. So that's a bug that I am gonna have to fix, which is that for some reason when you have a server open and then you join oh no, that wasn't single player, that was actually opening a server. Never mind, I think it's okay. But that is one issue, which is that I don't know if you can open multiple servers on the same computer, which is kind of, no, I did it again. Which, you know, maybe is bad. We'll have to see if we can also fix that. So many things we gotta fix, man. This multiplayer business is a nightmare. Who told me to make a multiplayer game, huh? Okay, let's try this again. I'm on the server. Can I do things? And yeah, everything's working. I can break things. So let's see what happens if the server says something. Hi. No, so it's just that the it's not like doing anything on the server. Now, is it just because there's like one of these things isn't succeeding or something? I don't know. If line.replace is greater than 0, this is replacing spaces. And if it begins with a slash, then we parse the command. It's probably just that I'm not able to call the functions this way. So maybe what I need to say instead of this is get node global.main. Maybe that's what I need to do. Because accessing it like that, I think it's just saying accessing it as like a variable en route, but that doesn't make any sense. So let's see if this fixes it. This game, dude. This funny little dedicated server stuff, man. Crazy. It's really easy to like get started with it, but then to do all the funny, cool things you want to do, it's really hard. Okay, let's try this again. So if we send a message in here, oh god, I had 2 servers open. I need to check for when the server fails to bind and, you know, exit out and be like, hey, the thing failed. Multiplayer can only be manipulated from the main thread. Well, that kind of answers my question about multiplayer stuff, right? If I'm going to do any multiplayer threading, it has to be on the main thread. But if I do a command, the server crashed. But why? Because I'm just saying main.parse command. This version I think is pretty dirty, but might run doing os.execute to run a simple Python file on a separate thread that simply has print input. Yeah. I don't know, man. Is there a way that I can call a function? Because now I think our new issue, I think the input stuff is working. It's weird, but I think the issue is just trying to call like functions from our separate thread. Right? Godot call function from another thread. How can I do that? Do I need a mutex? So we'd use threads. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Called deferred. I don't think that helps. Huh. Thread set, thread safety checks. So you can actually call that from a different thread? That's kind of interesting. I didn't know you could do that. That might let us be able to load save files really fast if we can multi-thread it. I thought that that wouldn't work, but I guess if you call deferred, it's basically just gonna it'll just do it whenever it can. So I guess it makes sense. But I don't know. But I could see a lot of issues with that, right? Okay. Well, how are we gonna do this? Multi-threading. Could I do like a mutex or something and then set like info in a variable? And then in the main thread, I'm checking if there's anything in there, and then if there is, I send a message. Is that possible? Because mutexes are basically just a way to access this, like a shared data thing, right? Because I can say mutex.new, lock the mutex, do something to the mutex, then unlock it. Unless I don't need to do that. Because maybe setting a variable, I can just say var input message. It's just a string. It's an empty string. And then in function, can I even have a process function in here? Is there super to inherit from here? No. But if I'm creating a super, then, or a process event, do I have to call super on everything else? Dude, I don't know. This gets complicated. Hopefully not. I'm just going to say if input is back to an empty string, and then we run all this stuff, right? Maybe this is what I want to do. Line not declared. Whoopsies. So this will basically be checking. Process has to return a bool. Why? Is that true? Huh. False lets it proceed to the next frame. Well, then I actually want to return false, right? Weird. Okay. If input exists. Because I'm not modifying input ever. Well, I guess I am here, so I guess I do have to make it a mutex. That's fine. Now, what is a mutex? Synchronize multiple threads, yeah. So you can just lock it. Okay, but how do you, like, use it? Oh, it's just, so basically you just have a variable, and then you have a mutex. Then mutex is a new mutex. Okay. And then you just lock it with a value. Suspend when it isn't doing anything. Semaphores were used. Okay, well, let's try this, I guess. So whenever we modify input, we have to say mutex.lock, then mutex unlock, I think. And then down here, when we're setting input, I'm also going to say mutex lock, and then mutex unlock. And I guess I'll just check these things here too, right? If it exists, and if all that stuff. So that it's not constantly setting it, only when, like, I can. And then I'll say if line.replace empty is greater than 0. Then I lock the mutex. And I set our input. So sorry for the ads, guys. Then I set input to line. So that way we don't, like, get weird issues. So let's try that. And then as long as there is input, we're going to lock the mutex, set input back, and then do all that stuff. And since this is running on the main loop now, it shouldn't throw that error of saying, like, you can't do multiplayer stuff. So let's try it. Export the server. Starground server. I don't know if this is going to work, man. Let's see. All right, everything's built. Launch the console. So we wait for the server to open. Alright, so I'm gonna type in something. And it crashed. Why is it crashing? Right? What am I doing wrong? Any ideas, guys? Why would it crash when I type? See, I type a thing and then it just dies. I guess we can modify our run file to now open Starground server .console, and then we say pause so that we can see what it's saying. I think that's the secret here. Yeah. Oh, does it let me type and stuff still? It does. Okay, so I've typed something, I hit enter. And then it just says press any key to continue. It doesn't really, like, explain what's happening. Also replacing part of input, am I? I type a letter, engine crashes. I really have no idea why. Okay, we're back from ads, sorry about that. So you're also replacing part of input. Where am I doing that? Because I'm just saying if input, if it begins with a slash, then send it. Because that's just reading that. I moved that code to the loop? Oh, yeah. Okay, that was before I moved it, yeah. Why would it crash? Doesn't really make any sense. Mutex lock, set input, then unlock it. And then down here, that's where I'm setting input. So mutex lock, set it, unlock it. Weird. What do you think, guys? Why would it just randomly crash? I guess let's turn it on verbose mode. Maybe that'll explain some stuff here. Not in settings. In our batch file, we can run this with verbose on. And see if that'll throw out the error that's happening here. So it's doing a bunch of things. It loaded in all the textures. I think it's done. Then I enter. That sucks. Not even verbose says anything. Might be a reference to input being passed to parse, so it'll be modifying it. If your code modifies it, yeah. Well, string is a primitive, right? So it's not like I'm going to be modifying the same one, right? Or whatever. I have no idea how this works. This would make sense to me. I lock the mutex, I set it to what I want. As long as it passes refs, okay. Do I have to say line.new or something? So I can like duplicate it? Then how do I do this? Because I need to set this to just like a primitive, it's not a reference. Why Godot is quite fast? Well, what would be the solution to that? Or to not use refs or whatever? Oh, you're saying move the mutex above the parsing? Right here? Okay. So you're saying like right there? We can try that. Or are you talking about this one down here? Should I also move that one up here? Okay. We can try that. All right, let's see what that does. Eyes are burning. All right, let's see what this does. I hope everything works. That would be cool. Run it. I guess we're going to run it with the verbose on. I need to get rid of that. Now it just instantly crashed. So that's interesting. Is that progress? I don't know. So obviously it's something with the mutex. My guess is that it's just instantly crashing because locking the mutex is causing the crash. I mean, it doesn't make sense that I would put it there because I'm not modifying input until here. So I would say lock, then set input, then unlock. And then up here where I'm reading should be okay, right? Or does reading matter for threading? I mean, can't multiple things read the same bit of memory at the same time? Must be used carefully to avoid deadlocks. I think you locks other threads can access. Not sure how it couples those. So I guess that's the semaphore part. Yeah. I mean, I can also just do a straight up semaphore. I mean, I don't think it would really change anything. A mutex is basically just a semaphore. But it's just simpler. Yeah, no, it's all good. I appreciate the help. I know this stuff is weird and complicated because, you know, you don't really do a lot of multi-threading. I feel like a lot of the time, like multi-threading, I think it's easy when it's just a thing of like, okay, do like a calculation and then return a number to the main thread. But having like multiple concurrent threads that have to communicate with each other gets really weird. Maybe just moving this under here and then moving this to access anything in an input would fix it. We can try. Let's export this again. All right, let's run this server. Let's hope it doesn't crash. It still instantly crashes. So having locking here then must be what's causing it. Which is definitely odd. Do we need to check if the mutex is successfully locked? Because maybe what's happening is that it failed to lock, so this code is still running. So maybe we have to say if mutex.try lock, right? Maybe that's the issue here. Because maybe it's still doing stuff. See, this function returns without blocking if the thread already has ownership. Otherwise, does it block? Okay, well, let's try this. Because maybe it's just an issue of it's still running the code. And then since you're running the code here and there at the same time, it dies. Let's see if this works. So welcome back, Oshik. You set a value, but also need to know on the other thread that it's ready for access. Yeah. Need a deep dive. Godot documentation, find out the details. Plus the setter needs to know when it's been used. Yeah. Complicated stuff, man. Glad I didn't do multi-threading on top of multiplayer, because oh my god, that would suck. Okay. Let's see what happens. Nope, still instantly crashes. So that's not the issue. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if it fails to lock, it just, like, pauses until it can. So I don't think it matters if you do try lock or not. You'd think you'd only want to do it where you actually modify the variable, which is right there when I set input back to nothing. But I don't know, man. Because up here, all this is doing is just reading it, right? And since this is a string, it should be rebuilding the reference. It's not like a static reference. It's not like a dictionary or something where modifying it or passing it through, it'll be the same one. Unless it is, I don't know. Maybe. I know we've tried this configuration before, but my head is kind of fried, not gonna lie. I'm not even the one doing the work, yeah. No, I know, it's stupid and weird. This has been such a garbage thing to work on, man. Like, just multi-threading, and it's like the worst things. Yeah, it's how are you supposed to get data across, right? See, in GDScript, reading and writing elements from multiple threads is okay for arrays and dictionaries. But anything that changes the container size, obviously that would cause an issue if you change the container size. So, I mean, should I have something that's a static reference then? Would that fix my issue? Is the problem that this is a primitive? Maybe if I turn it into a dictionary, something that's static, or like a static reference in memory, then maybe it would be better? I don't know, man. See, because now it doesn't crash, but if I type something in, there it goes. So I don't know, maybe let's try turning this into a dictionary. You never know. I'm just gonna say it's this, and we won't ever resize it. So key is gonna be text, and then it's gonna be empty by default. So here we're just gonna say if text, or if input.text. And we do all that stuff. Input.text, input.text. And then we don't even need mutex, as apparently, I don't know if that's true or not. We'll see, I guess. All right, let's see what this does. Ay, ay, ay. Unlock it when you send it, then unlock it when you clear it. Maybe that would do it, but I don't know. It's just freaking weird. Yeah, let's try this dictionary thing and see if that changes anything. Configuring GD script, you can use .key equals or... Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do like that you can do that. There's a whole bunch of different ways to access this stuff, because you can do it like basically treat it as an array with a dictionary, where you can say like input at text, key text, or you can just say dot text, or you can say get and then key text. Get is really useful because you can define what the value returned is. So like if I want to return not null but just an empty string, I can do that. So if text isn't there or whatever, then it just becomes, it returns this. So yeah, get is really useful. I use get all the time for dictionaries. All right, let's try this. I don't know if it's gonna work, man. I don't know, man. Let's see. Just gonna instantly crash, isn't it? I hope not. Let's type a message. Whoa. Huh? It didn't crash. And it's not printing from here. So did it work? Let's launch a client and connect to the server. Maybe, guys. I don't know. Let's connect. Let's say, hello, guy. Whoa! I think it's working. I think it's working, guys. Oh my god. So that's so weird that mutex is like crash the engine. I don't know why. But using a dictionary apparently is totally fine. So I don't know why. It's weird. It seems counterintuitive. It seems like using a dictionary and modifying it at the same time would be bad. But apparently dictionaries are thread safe, so they're a great way to transfer data between threads. That's weird. But... So can I run commands and stuff? God true shouldn't do anything. Yeah, because it's just... So this should be parsing a command. It did seem to just send a message. Oh, I have to say input.text. That's why. But I should be able to run commands then from this server. And I can say stuff like, you know, rain stop or whatever. But right now it's just going to be regular text messages. It's crazy because now like the thing that says server welcome is like real. You know, it's not just a faked thing that I add on purpose. Hey guy. I am the server. That's pretty cool, huh? Slash kill guy. The server is real. It is now. So how many characters can I put in here? Can I do that? I can. So the server has no limit on like the character length. I presume that the input limit that I set of like 65,000 bytes or whatever is a limit. So you probably can't do more than that, but basically you can put in as much text as you want. So that's annoying. Can I say like clear the console? Actually, that'd be cool if I added a command for that. Just a pure console command, you know. CLS. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure out how to clear it out. Oh. God. Show me your social security number. Yeah, 3 hours. 3 hours of work, but hey. We got it working. So it's fine. Yeah, with this, it's not going to be able to run any commands because you're, like, locked into server input. Because, like, everything you're putting in here is not, like, Windows. Like, it's the game. So, I'll have to, add commands in the game to do stuff like that. Basically, all I'm going to add probably is just clear console. But, yeah, you're locked in. I mean, you can hit Control-C to terminate the server, right? But I don't want to do that. Oh, what? Did I kill it? I guess I killed the server by accident. That's okay. Okay. That's all I wanted, guys. I just wanted to be able to say hi. That's literally all I want. I just wanted to be like, if somebody's on the server or something, I can just chat on the server without having to go in. I'll probably add a couple of server exclusive commands, but it's not going to be like, yeah, like stuff like stop or whatever, just to like, you know, kind of like how Minecraft has a couple like that, stuff that you can't run from in-game. I think stop would be a nice one, just to like cleanly exit out of the server and force it to save and stuff. So you don't like lose any data. Because I can just be like, okay, quit out of the server, save the game file, and then close. So, yeah, probably not a bad idea. Really want to try to host a dedicated server now? Yeah. I am planning on doing a public, or not public, but like a dedicated server test very soon. I just want to get like some of the basics set up, and then once we're there, I will not public, because I'm not gonna give out my IP to everybody, but maybe one day we could do a public one. I could, because what you can do now is, if you really wanted to, you could rent a cloud server and host a Starground public server if you want, which is actually kind of cool. It would be a pretty terrible experience probably, because one person would just like beat the game really quick and do all the research. Like it's not really the type of game that's meant for like online public servers, but you can. I mean, there's nothing stopping you necessarily. But I mean, now that we have this working, we could probably, especially toward release, as I have time to like, or even after release, you know, we can spend time on like special modes or settings to make it better for public servers if we want. If I find that that's actually like a thing, right? That there's actually people playing on public servers. I don't know, it would be weird. But yeah. It's cool though. But yeah. Clears the screen and player's inventory. Yeah, it just clears everything. Now, I do want to have a command for clearing the inventory. Be cool to just have a bunch of different commands for stuff. Now, something I also think might be a good idea. Well, actually, no, it's fine, because Godot automatically saves logs. So, like, when I opened the server and I closed it, it should have generated a log file. It's probably going to do that in here, which probably isn't good, but I don't know how else to do it. I might need to see if there's a way that I can tell Godot where to save the log file. Because otherwise it's going to put it into the regular log file. So that's probably not what I want to do. But there's probably a way to do it. Yeah, delete save command. I definitely do need to work on some more server-focused commands. Because I'm gonna have to do like a kick command for kicking people. I'm gonna have to do a kill. Like the kill command right now will just kill the person who runs it, but now that we have a server, it doesn't really make sense anymore. I think I'm gonna change those commands so that you can specify which player ID to target. Which means I'll probably have to have some kind of function that like when you put the player name in, you should change the save location from user to res. Yeah, you can't do that because when you export it, you can't modify res anymore, so you have to use user. I actually ran into that issue one time where I set up some logic in Starground to use res, and then I exported it. I'm like, oh, the game is broken. So, yeah, not res, can't remember the name. Yeah, it's all good. I can probably specify where the logs go. I bet like there's some kind of function somewhere hidden in there in the scene tree or whatever to force Godot to put the log somewhere else. So I'll see if I can do that. I mean, it's not a huge problem. I could generate my own log files. Like I could just read what's in the output and then put it into a file also. Not ideal, but you know, it does work technically. But yeah, now that it's actually working, we can do all sorts of stuff. So we should be good. But yeah. You know what I need to do here is not this stuff, but I just need to say... Oh, but that's popping the text. So what am I doing? I'm just appending on username tag, and then I'll just do this. If format username print with username else do the other one. So here we're gonna be printing. I really should do this with oh, but I guess I have to choose when to pop it and stuff, so I guess I can't. Oh, I guess then with this one I have to be particular. Why would I pop there? Doesn't seem to make any sense. And then I do that one? That doesn't make any sense, does it? It doesn't make any sense. Because then if I send a message... Why would I put that there? Oh, it's to pop the tags from the player username. Okay. Right. Let me specify. Okay. Ugh, it's a whole thing to print this out in the correct format. Well, I guess if I'm printing out for the server, I don't care about the formatting. So I'm literally just gonna do this. Username. Whatever, 1, 0, colon. And then down here, I'm just gonna do 0. Dot format, we put the array in. Dot format, we put the array in. So 0, that one's just gonna be the message. And also we have to add a... No, we don't need a new line on these because I'm just printing. And then this one is just gonna be username and message. So let's go take a look at what that looks like just really quick. I want to make sure that it's all proper. And I can actually just do that from the game. I don't need to open up the server for that because it's on both. os.get executable path plus logs. Yeah, like that's the path I want to get. So it's pretty easy to get the path. I guess the question is like, how do I tell Godot to do it there instead? But there's probably a way to do it. Event logging. Yeah, I'll have to research into that. I've seen some post people saying using .logs would work too. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to try that too. Oh, does that work? You can just put a dot at the beginning and then it goes to where you're at? Because that would actually be awesome. Because I wouldn't have to get executable path and whatever, you know? Alright, let's host a game real quick. Let's say something. Hi. Yeah, so this is what it formats now in the output. I like having text in the output, kind of like Minecraft, because it really helps you gauge like what's kind of happening in the server. Because maybe one guy was like, hello, and then the other guy was like, howdy. And so you can kind of understand the conversation that was happening, and then if there's like a weird bug and somebody says something about it or something, then you know the context. It's just good to have that, I think. So yeah. /God true. Does it show that too? Yeah. Oh, it also shows the message that gets sent back. Well, that's fine. That won't happen for everybody. That only happens like on client side or whatever, so it doesn't matter. Enabled God mode. /help. Create res scenes. Main loop. Here, let's break everything. You guys ready for this? Great res. What would be the most dangerous? I guess just creating the main menu. Oh, it's in scenes, though. Yeah. Great way to crash the game. God mode should be only not taking damage. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, you're always commands are moddable, so if you have like a certain vision on what you want God mode to be like, then you're always welcome to chuck it in somewhere, and we can figure out what would be best. I just like it for like quickly moving around and like testing dungeons. I'm just like /God true, and then I'm really fast and I can't die. Well, I can die, but it's really hard to. So yeah, and a toggle. I did have it set up like that, but then I realized, how am I supposed to tell if I'm actually in God mode? Right? So. Because you could just say /move speed back to 1, /effects clear, and then /zoom limit false, and /no clip false. And then you're just not in God mode. So it's weird if running God again would then disable, right? Or like, disable those things because they're already disabled. So I don't know, maybe it makes more sense just to say God true or false to force it a certain direction, but you know, it's already pretty quick to type out. It's 3 letters for God and 4 for true, so 7 letters, but I don't know, we can always mess with it. All right. Well, guys, I'm going to end stream because we're at a really good stopping spot and dinner is ready to go. So, but thank you, gamers, for coming. I'm very happy that we actually got stuff working. It's still a little weird with the console export because, like, I don't know if it's going to be reliable. It might just randomly die. Someone might run into issues with it because who knows? Because it's not like actually Godot multiplayer up here. It's weird. So I'm going to look into that. Here we go. Yeah, the logging project settings. I'm going to see if I can set that while in game to change the location of the logs. Or at least just to like, oh, it can be specified on the command line. Sick. That's probably what I'm going to do. Yeah. There's probably a way to get it set up then. Okay. hopefully that won't be too bad. Yeah, then we're gonna, next up, we'll probably be working on like whitelisting and all that stuff, and like player related functions, right? Being able to add or kick people from the server and ban people and just like have more control over that stuff. Now, the only issue that's gonna come up with that stuff is let's say that you have a server. If people are connecting and have a valid Steam account on, then good. Because we can say, what's your Steam ID? Oh, you're actually banned. Bye. And stuff like that, right? And then we can also check, do you have a Steam ID? Oh, you don't. Okay, bye. Like, it's basically a good way to verify players. But if somebody hosts a server and doesn't want Steam, then there's no way for us to really know who's who. Because we have to have some kind of authentication server of checking, like, is this actually you? You know? Otherwise, we get all we've got to work off of is IP, machine address, but the issue with all of those is that they change. Let's say that you upgrade your motherboard. Okay, save data is different now. You're a different person. Or your public IP changes. Okay, you're a different person now. You know, there's a lot of flaws to that. It's not a really good way to verify people. So it's like a cracked Minecraft server. Yeah, I'll just use your username. Well, the issue with that too is people can have the same username, so it gets really weird because you could like log in to somebody else's account with the same name and then duplicate items and stuff. It gets really weird. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I don't know. There's not really seems Minecraft server in offline mode. Is that how Minecraft handles it? So it basically just checks your username. Because I can do that. I mean, odds are people are probably always going to have a different username, but there's definitely ways to cheese that. So there's server plugins for adding passwords. Yeah. Well, I think most people are going to have Steam, so that's going to be my primary route moving forward with like player verification and handling stuff. That's why I'm going to add in that tag in the server settings for like forced Steam players, because most of the time people are probably going to want to just be safe and say only people with Steam can join the server. Because then like you just have a lot of control. You know exactly who's joining the server, exactly what their everything is, even where they are and stuff if they have that info public, right? So it's just gonna be the best way. And then you can ban people, you can give people permissions, and you don't have to worry about other people being able to take those permissions and stuff. Now, Starground is peer-to-peer, so there's a lot of potential for hacking or for like you know, cheating. I'm not going to worry about it too much unless it becomes a serious issue one day, which I doubt it will. Again, I don't think Starground's really a public server kind of game, so we'll see. But I might have to take a look one day at some of that stuff and fix it. Especially stuff like the player movement being client side, and like I'm gonna have to do basically verification checks on the server of being like, how far did you move? That's a little too far, pal. Move back. Stuff like that, right? Basically just anti-cheat. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I think we're okay, but we'll see. All right. Anyways, we're gonna go raid out. It's time. Thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. Glad we got it all working. I think dedicated servers are needed more for a group of friends that play intermittently than for public server. Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's going to be much public server stuff, so. Yeah. Thank you, gamers. Buy Starground now if you want. It's on sale. I think until the 24th or something. So check that out. Join the Discord if you want. And we're going to go pick somebody to raid. Let's just raid. Let's raid the average goob. Alright, let's get that going. Starting that now. Alright. Well, thank you, gamers. I appreciate all the help today getting it working. I'm very happy that we were able to type into the console. It was worth the 4 hours of stress. So, yeah. All right. And yeah, we'll be next live Wednesday I'll see you guys then. And hopefully soon we're going to get started on the next automation zone after we sprinkle in some more content for the dungeon stuff. We have until like July for the automation stuff, so we've got a little time to work on some other things. It's not a huge rush, so. All right. See you, gamers. Bye-bye. See you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.